Okay, we are now live on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and admit folks into the session.
Okay. Okay. Well, good evening, Restonians, members, friends, family, non-members, whoever happens to be watching us out there or with us tonight here in our Zoom pod. This is the regular board meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors on Thursday, February 24th, 2022, and we are still virtual and safe. Having established quorum, I will officially call this meeting to order. I have no opening remarks. I do have a small change for the agenda tonight before we adopt it. On item L, land use update, it is listed as informational, but I need to make that, in addition to informational, a discussion and action item because we will be talking about Fannie Mae during that item. So if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So move.
Second. Thank you, Tim. All those in favor?
Karen,
Yes. Yes.
I'd like to pull something off the consent calendar.
Okay, we'll get to consent in a second. I'm told that we can go ahead and do the agenda first, and then we'll deal with consent.
Oh, okay, that sounds fine.
Okay. Okay, so any other discussion on the amendment to the agenda? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Looks like everybody was in favor there. Okay, so now we're on consent calendar. And Jennifer, yes.
I'd like to pull item 7, board and association operations, resolution 11, association spokespersons off the consent calendar.
Okay. And we can make that item, the new item M, does that work? And then final executive session will be O.
I'll be honest, I think that we have a very full agenda,
We do.
and I'd like to propose that Black look at it for possible inclusion of next month.
Oh, you weren't asking that it be put on the agenda tonight then for discussion.
Right.
You want it to go back to Bach?
Yeah, I'd love, well, I don't want to amend the agenda for this evening. And I think Tony was saying that I can't ask Bach to do that, but I think that we have a full agenda. So I would personally not propose adding it for tonight.
Okay.
And amending the agenda.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, what don't you want to add? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I asked to take item number 7 on the consent calendar.
Right, I heard that.
Off. And I think Karen was trying to find a place for it on the agenda for this evening.
Okay.
And I was proposing
Gotcha.
that it's a full house calendar tonight.
So you would like it for Bach to put it on the March agenda, basically.
Yes.
Does that require?
Tony has his hand up, so we must
Yes,
send
Tony.
something.
Procedurally, how this works is Jennifer has made an objection to consent calendar. It goes on to the regular, at which point it would be proper for a motion to be made to defer it to the March meeting.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Jennifer?
Yeah, whenever you need me to make the motion, that's the motion I will make.
Okay.
Just let me know when it's appropriate.
Okay. I'm gonna then do Yeah, I guess I'll just make it the new item M. And then we have item N, executive session. Okay. Anything else? Yes, Tim.
Madam President, I'd like to pull the January 27 minutes off in order to make a very minor amendment to those minutes, which we can do as soon as we are done with item C.
Okay. We will, I will put that right after member comments.
Okay.
Item D prime. Okay. So do I have a motion to amend, to accept the consent calendar as amended?
Madam President,
Yes.
I object to items 5 and 6 on the consent calendar.
Okay. Okay, I don't believe that we have Julie Bitzer here tonight to address your concerns about the Shadowwood Pool final report and recommendations. I wasn't aware that there was going to be any discussion on that tonight. So,
Karen,
yeah,
if you want to add the racer to the environmental work plan and the Shadowwood, at that time, if we don't have Julie or the other chair, we can defer it if you wanted to.
The other chair is with us.
Oh, sorry.
the other chair of is John Farrell is with us. Is that who you meant, Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Farrell's here.
Okay.
No, Doug Britt is.
Doug Britt.
Doug
Yeah,
Britt
yeah.
is-
Okay.
Yeah, I know Doug is here for EAC piece. It was the Shadowwood piece that you mentioned, Julie. So
Right, because this was something that Prac was presenting.
And Farrell is here. Just,
he is.
I see John Farrell's name. So assume that's the Farrell that we
Okay, because
we all know.
Okay. I don't see him on my screen. So okay.
So
Oh, there he is.
Now it's confirmed. I see
Yeah.
his face.
Yeah.
okay. So we'll pull Razor report off then and include that in item F.
Yes, please.
And then Shadowwood,
With Hitch.
I guess we'll throw that in H.
Thank you.
Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Now can we approve consent as amended?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
second,
Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Right. Anybody opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay. Item D, member comments. Do we have any? Did anybody sign up, Christina?
No signups. I do see one hand from Irvin Flashman.
Yes. Erwin, you are on.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, I didn't want to disappoint you by failing to appear or make a comment, and so I will. In the minutes of the January 27th meeting, it recites that I made member comments announcing my intention to run for a seat on the board. It fails to mention that I asked or requested the board to delay consideration of the appointment of a CEO until the new board was seated. And I request that that be amended to that effect. The other item I would like to comment on, it depends on whether it is still on the agenda for this evening, and that is board resolution number 11. If you tell me that is on the agenda, I would like to discuss that at the time it is discussed. or I can discuss it now if you'd like.
It is on the agenda, but I believe the intent is to defer it to March, to send it back to Bach to be put on the March agenda.
Okay. And when will that?
So
be
you'll
done?
have your chance in March.
Okay, but you're telling me that it will be deferred?
Jennifer was the one that pulled it off consent, and I believe it is her desire to not add it to tonight's agenda, but to defer it until March.
And
Jennifer, correct me if I misunderstood.
But that will require. a vote of
Yes,
the board.
the board has to vote on it, so I could lose the vote because it's a motion.
Right, if you would make that motion when we get to it.
Right.
So,
so that means I have to wait.
you know, since we don't know if the motion is going to pass or fail, you can make your comment tonight or save it till March.
Well, okay, I'll make them tonight and again.
Or
in
you
March if it's necessary.
or you can make it at Bach.
Well, if the motion fails, then it will be discussed this evening. So,
I suspect it will not fail.
okay.
I think I can safely say it will not fail.
All right, you just have so much on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will save you my comments for a later time,
Okay.
but I will stay around in case it is brought up for discussion, in which case I would request that I be allowed to speak to it.
Yes, if it should end up being discussed tonight, I will allow you to speak to it.
Thank you.
You might want to go to a movie or something now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Jennifer, you had your hand up. Okay,
No, you guys resolved it. Thank you.
okay. All right, so now we go to item D prime, and that is the January 27th agenda.
Yes, Madam President,
Yes,
just have a very minor amendment to those minutes. This would be on page 8 of the full packet, the January 27 meeting minutes. Item H, which is land use update, the second paragraph. I move to strike the phrase with a target goal of end of April. And if I can get a second to the motion, I'd be happy to explain why.
second.
The purpose of the motion is to make the minutes accurate, and I have the concurrence of the board secretary. Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay. Anybody opposed? And now Mr. Flashman's request that the minutes be amended to reflect the addition to his comments is, do I have a motion to do that?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion there? All those in favor? Okay, anybody opposed? All right, that carries. Okay. All right, next item is E, Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee Work Plan, which was pulled off consent last month. And I guess we'll find out why now. The MTAC chair, Mike McDermott, is with us. Thank you, Mike, for being here. And those of you who had questions or concerns, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. Jennifer.
I had a concern, but I had already run it by both our board liaison, John Mooney and Mike McDermott, and conversed with them via email. So mine is settled. But what I said to is, I think that it's a nice undertaking that we're going and they're having a town hall meeting. I think to start this project to talk about the, different pedestrian safety concerns and maybe having tracking mechanisms for Reston for that purpose. I am concerned that, a tool in order to do that might potentially be costly to the association, and that it really should be a Fairfax County initiative. So I think what we kind of decided is maybe they'll come up with a mechanism, and we could potentially recommend through the comp plan process that Welter does a follow-on motion to make those tracking mechanisms more county-wide. But I don't object to the actual nature of what they're going to try to study for us.
If I could just clarify,
Sure.
we're actually hoping to not cost the association anything. What we want is to create a dashboard, so a very high level look at Reston specific incidents. So you have things like VDOT's treads, or you have data coming out of some associations like the Fairfax Family for Safe Streets, which does a near miss anecdotal database. What we wanted to do was pull from those existing databases Reston specific safety measures and see if we could put them together. And then over time, this would take a few years to create a trend, start creating a trend for Reston specific, so that the board would have a very specific idea of the safety at the different transportation modes using this dashboard. So we weren't intending to write any program. We were intending to basically take existing data from other sources and then start see if we could put them together again at a high level. Trust me, I have almost zero data capabilities, so I really wasn't looking to write program or anything along those lines. We're just trying to provide something for the board to have a better sense on a regular basis of safety kinds of issues. And just to give you an example, Reston Patch on Tuesday had an article about the woman who was hit in Barron Cameron on February 3rd, and sadly she passed away. So that's the second pedestrian fatality in the county this year. So those kinds of things are clearly up all over because folks have been out walking and doing riding bikes and the like more and more, particularly with COVID. So we just thought it'd be useful for the board to have that kind of information. So that's the intent. And quite frankly, we may simply fail at this because the data may not lend itself to create this kind of information, but we thought it'd be worth a look.
Thank you, Mike. Any other discussion about the MTAC work plan? Yes, Aaron.
So my query is on the how much budget has been set aside to perform the 2 town hall meetings aimed at March and October. I don't remember that in the
again,
budget.
zero budget is set aside because essentially the committee decided to call these town halls as opposed to public forums because we were getting low turnouts in terms of public forum, and we thought this might be a broader statement. Essentially, it's just a Zoom meeting that people can join in and make their comments about. In this case, it'll be the Reston Trails. So there will be $0.
Is this a regular MTAC meeting then?
Yeah, this is the first hour of the regular MTAC meeting, and we will invite anybody who attends to join us for the second hour if they'd like, sort of stealthily, recruiting members.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Any other discussion, questions, concerns? Then I would like to entertain a motion to approve the Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee 2022 work plan as presented.
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. I take it there's no, yes. Did you have something to say, Mike?
No, just an aye.
I hadn't asked for that yet.
I'm trying to keep things moving. It's a long agenda. I don't know if you heard. It's a long
I
agenda.
know. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Sure. Sure enough.
And I have to say before we go on to the next item, because I'm looking at Leslie Lawrence, and who we just officially approved as a new PROC member. So thank you, Leslie, for serving. Okay. All right. On to then item F, Environmental Advisory Committee 2022 Work Plan and Racer Report. Doug Britt, you're on.
Thank you. Okay, the work plan, shall we take that first?
Yeah, I believe that it was pulled off of consent last month, the same situation with MTAC. So there were apparently some board member or members that had some questions or concerns about that. So I will open the floor up to them at this point.
So we can have a motion on the floor to discuss. I will move to accept the EAC work plan with a modification to item 2 to state prepare a 2022 Resident Association State of the Environment report and track progress on Razor recommendations that have been approved by the board for implementation and assist with related policy development and implementation as needed.
Can we second that so we can discuss? I'll second it for discussion. Go ahead. Okay, Aaron, you want to explain your motion?
So this is my concern, is that the Racer report and the EAC work plan appear to take accepting the report appears to also carry the board's approval of every recommendation that comes from the EAC, which I don't believe is always the case. And I have considerable struggles with the wording of the work plan goal number 2, where it has report and track progress on all Razor recommendations, not singling out the track progress on the Razor recommendations that the board has approved to implement and go forward with. I think that is a very important distinction to be made. As these committees bring back recommendations to us, we do accept them, but we don't move forward on all of the recommendations. So accepting a set of recommendations is not the same as approving action on all recommendations. So that is my concern with the work plan as presented.
Okay. Any other comments about that before I ask Doug to respond? Go ahead, Tim. Yeah.
No, I was just going to ask Doug to respond. That's
My understanding is that the report's recommendation were approved. So, we track them. We asked the new recommendations that were put forward, which was, I believe, something like 23 new recommendations. And on those, we asked the RA staff to get back to us with an opinion on whether they in fact should be pursued or can't be for some reasons that our committee was unaware of. And in those cases, then when we do the report card, we rescind them. That's what we've done in the past.
Yes,
Aaron?
Tim. Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're not two ships passing in the night. I believe Director Webb's concern relates to the 2022 Racer report that is in the process of being prepared, because he's referencing the work plan goal or item number 2. And I think what Director Webb is saying is that he would like the work plan to be clarified, and I think that this is probably the intent, but to have the work plan clarified, to authorize the committee to track and report progress on all the RACER recommendations in this new upcoming report in 2022 that would be approved by the board. And I'm assuming Doug, it would be okay with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, I guess we're questioning the semantics, but yes, I agree with that.
And that's how EAC has operated every year since the first RACER report issued. Yeah, thank you.
Right.
So Aaron, does that make sense to you, what Tim just said?
Right, and I believe that's what my modification of language is that the EAC will track and report on the progress of all of the RACER items that are approved by the board, not all of the recommendations that are made in the RACER report.
Got it. Understand the semantics now. That's not a problem.
Okay. So are we ready to vote on this motion then? Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor, does anybody need the motion repeated? John, you have your hand up? Nope.
I was voting already.
You're just voting. Okay. I know. All right. Then all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anybody opposed? All right.
I'm going to abstain.
You're abstaining, Sarah? Okay, so we have one abstention. Okay. So does that take care of your intent on pulling RACER report off the consent calendar as well, Aaron?
No, I think we should discuss some of the items on that.
Okay.
Madam President,
Yes, Tim.
I'd like to make a motion to frame our discussion. I move to accept the RACER report card as presented for informational purposes and to refer to the staff comments reflected in that document to EAC for further review.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Aaron is seconding. Okay. Discussion.
So I'll start the discussion. I appreciate Director Dowling's motion and the clarity that it brings, which clarity we can't obtain through the consent calendar. Because there are a lot of comments in here, and accepting the report as is, for example, could be interpreted as the board taking a position where we want to encourage residents and commuters to avoid idling of gasoline and diesel powered engines, and we're directing staff to take action on that. As the motion was presented by Director Dowling, EAC is going to look at the staff comments and come back before the board gives the thumbs up, thumbs down to all of the items on this, because there are several items on the report card that I don't believe as a board we should take action on.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Tim?
Well, this goes back to the comment that Chairman Britt made earlier, which is that the recommendations in the 2021 RACER report have already been approved by the board. They were presented to the board, I think in December of 2020, and then my recollection is unanimously approved by the board in January of 2021. And Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but you really, as I understand it, you're presenting this report card on the approved RACER recommendations for the board's information. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Aaron.
So, so this is where my concern was with the work plan. I don't know that the board carefully considered whether we want to encourage all members of the Reston community to avoid putting cappings on their chimneys. and that is an official opinion and stance of this board. Because I didn't feel that way when I was voting to accept the report. I think it needs to be clarified that when we're accepting the Razor report, we're also taking a strong position on every recommendation and approving every recommendation in that report. At least that's how it's been interpreted. Thank you.
Jennifer.
If Tony's willing to comment, I asked this question at Bach, and we changed the language from approve in the consent calendar to accept. And he gave a good explanation of the difference between approve and accept that I think would be helpful here.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to bring that up too. No. Tony, did you want to give that explanation again?
Okay, so when you accept a report, the board is formally taking notice of a work product of its advisory committee. It is checking a box for the advisory committee. They have completed their task. They have presented it to the board, and the board is now taking it and taking ownership of it. Approving is completely different. If you approve something, and I don't know what the exact motion was when the Razor report was presented off the top of my head. If you accept and approve, then you're taking it and you're saying, yes, we want to do this. If you're merely accepting it, you're saying, thank you, we appreciate the work you've done, and we may or may not take action on it.
Thank you, Tony. So, yes, Doug.
When this was presented at Bach, the report card, there was an ask. There was we said there were 3 things coming out of this report card. So just let me reiterate that for the board here. Maybe it'll clarify some things. We said that those recommendations that were given a green arrow indicating that the committee felt there was significant progress being made. We suggested the board and RA continue that progress. For those items that were given a yellow arrow or a red arrow indicating that limited or very little progress was made, we requested that RA look at those items and determine whether or not they could be, the progress on those items could be accelerated. And all the new items for 2021, which was 23 or 24, that is when we said we would like the RA staff to evaluate them and determine whether or not they can reasonably be pursued, or if there are reasons, financial, legal, or otherwise, that they can't be. And then we would rescind those. So that was the request.
Thank you, Doug. So, Tim, could you repeat since we're into semantics here, could you please repeat your motion?
Sure. And I'm plagiarizing this from language that was proposed by our acting CEO, so full credit to Larry. I move to accept the Razor report card as presented for informational purposes and to refer the staff comments reflected in that document to EAC for further review.
Thank you. And we had a second. Is there any further discussion on that? I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? Okay. Anybody opposed? Abstaining? Looks like that was unanimous. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you all.
Thanks for all your work, Doug.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yes. All right. Next item on the agenda is our first executive session. So I would like to have a motion to convene into executive session to discuss contractual matters and violation matters. That was a so moved, I read your lips. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Okay, anybody opposed? Right. We all back? I think we're all back. All right. I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violations or contractual matter were discussed, considered, and heard by the board during executive session.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes.
could I offer amendment to your motion and add consultation with counsel?
Thank
To the
you.
list.
Yes. Thank you, Aaron. So I will say that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violations contractual matter and consultation with counsel were heard, discussed, and considered in executive session.
And I'll continue to second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Okay, anybody opposed? Okay. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to adopt the February Legal Committee's report and affirm the decisions reached. Second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed?
I abstain.
Abstain. John abstained. Okay, that carries. I move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Mayflower Construction Group LLC. Was I supposed to name them? In the amount of $154,000 for improvements to the temporary road pavilion.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? I guess that was unanimous. Okay, let me get my brain in gear here. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session regarding the renewal of the member suite contract.
Second.
Second, Mike, I heard all those in favor. Anybody opposed?
I abstain.
You abstain, okay. Okay. And was there, that was it, right?
So I motion to direct the IT committee to review the current contract and services Reston Association has with our member suites vendor and bring their recommendations back to the board no later than the board's March 2022 meeting.
Second.
Second, John, all those discussion. More discussion, all those in favor. Okay. Anybody opposed? Abstain? That carries. Okay, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is item H, which is the facilities update. Shadowwood Pool and Barton Hill tennis courts, and we have added the Shadowwood Pool final report and recommendations that was pulled off consent calendar for that. So I guess do we want to take care of that piece first with John here? I don't know if Julie has joined us or not.
She has.
She has?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Julie and John, I I guess what I need a motion then to accept the Shadowwood Pool final report and recommendations, and a second so that we can discuss it.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
And Bob is seconding it. Okay, discussion.
Discussion. On the consent calendar, it wasn't clear whether we were accepting or approving all the recommendations. If we were approving all the recommendations, then we were approving increasing the sunlight on the pool, and we would be approving cutting down the trees necessary to increase the sunlight on the pool. Because this motion is just to accept the recommendations, I can support it.
Did I just say accept when I made the motion? I think or when we made the motion, I believe that accept is the correct word here. Does anybody disagree with that?
You are correct, Madam Chair, President.
Okay. So if we're all in agreement on that, can we go ahead and vote on the motion, or is there further discussion needed? Julie?
Are you not simply accepting the report, not necessarily the recommendations?
Correct.
Well, yes. The recommendations were attached to the report. So I think,
But
again, it's a semantics thing.
It's splitting hairs, but as a board, we are not approving action on each of the recommendations.
Correct.
Which was not clear having it on the consent calendar, whether we were approving it or just accepting it. And so
Clearly, we need to be more careful about our chosen words in these motions going forward. All
okay,
right.
sorry, I missed the earlier part about how it came off consent. So
Because one of the board members wanted it pulled from consent.
no, I get it. The approve versus accept use of the verb. Yes, thank you.
So was that it? So we can move to accept the report and recommendations. And I think that's the motion that's on the floor. Is it? Okay. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Hey, that carries. Thank you, Julie and John.
Most welcome.
You're welcome to stick around if you'd like to. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Larry and Chris on the updates on Shadowwood and Barton Hill.
I think what I'll do is turn it over to Chris. We had a good session last night with Prac, and so take it away.
Surely. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to be going through, like I said, some of the updates regarding Shadowwood Pool and the Barton Hill tennis projects. Kicking it right off here. So right now we are in the planning and scoping phase of the project lifecycle at Shadowwood Pool. As you recall, in November of last year, we approved KDP 0, and so that kind of kicks us off into the next phase of the life cycle. We were doing due diligence work. We have effectively completed that work at this stage. However, we will be needing further direction to develop the conceptual design to then be able to present towards the DRB for their review and approval before we can then move into the next phase of design, architecture, and engineering, which is the next portion after this initial planning phase. So as part of the due diligence work and the report that I provided you several weeks back is an engineer's report that outlines existing conditions, evaluates requirements for future work, and a non-invasive observations. So keeping in mind that many of these observations and comments from the engineers, and I actually happen to have a couple members from the Kimley Horn team here, if there's any follow-up questions later, kind of looking at it from an engineer's eyes. And many of these comments could also be taken from the viewpoint of if you were building a facility, from scratch in today's requirements, these are some of the observations that they had. Now, you won't necessarily need to follow every single one of them. There are always avenues that can be kind of worked around, especially with an existing site such as this. But these are just their observations that they have from reviewing the site as requested. So they look at jurisdictional requirements, records research, permits and fee requirements, the existing site conditions, and they did site surveys. So this image you see to the right in that red outline is the property line for the site. So that encompasses the tennis courts, the parking lot, the pool, and it kind of extends out and around. keeping in mind that the center portion that you see in the image where that large tree line is actually a large drainage swale area. So this facilitates a lot of the water runoff, running north and south through the site. And so, just kind of keep that in mind in terms of where we're sitting in the footprints. This sort of bifurcates the site and would otherwise limit you in many ways of doing anything in that area as a result. So, your main development areas are to your, west and east, where the pool and the tennis courts are, and the tennis in the shared parking lot. So getting into the study, from the evaluation, the parking lot is currently undersized by today's standards. According to Fairfax County recommendations for like a new facility of this type, you would have 40 parking spaces. We currently have 17, and none of them are considered ADA. So what you should really look at from this point of view is that for a site such as this, there may be a parking issue in terms of what it could support, especially at a time when after we should renovate or refurbish this facility, and it may draw a lot more traffic to it, we might have a parking problem. So kind of look at it from that point of view. The accessible route from the parking lot to the pool is not considered to modern ADA codes. It has portions that exceed the 8.33%. I think it even goes up as high as 10% in some areas. So the route from the parking lot to the pool house would not be considered ADA compliant by today's standards. The building is also currently underserved, meaning that, according to the amount of patronage or the facility capacity that we have, there's not enough bathroom facilities available. So some of the fixtures are under, there's not enough of them. And so with that, there may be a requirement for expansion of the bathhouse to then house more fixtures if you were rebuilding or developing a site from scratch at today's standards. As part of the survey, they also did utility surveys, and they mapped out and did identify that there is a natural gas line that runs along South Lakes Drive. So that is an opportunity to tap into that if the desire is to heat the pool, because using natural gas, as we've ran into this situation before in conversations at Lake Throw, natural gas is your preferred fuel source for heating a large body of water such as this. Electrical could be used, but it is horribly inefficient. There is, and speaking of power, there's a large transformer you can see in this image. That transformer sits probably less than a foot from the building. From conversations with Dominion, and their standard practices nowadays, and this transformer is likely original to the facility. They don't position transformers that close to buildings anymore. There has to be at least 3 feet separation from the transformer in the building. And then, there's other setbacks from the front and the sides for cooling and access as well. For the most part, we comply with all those, but the proximity to the building would not be in compliance. So if there is a need or desire for Reston to expand that pump room facility on that side of the building, and that would therefore require us to relocate that transformer, that would be on RA's dime to relocate that. The costs of that are still not quite confirmed. We've had estimates as low as $10,000, but I think those are awfully low. So it's probably going to be higher than that, but we don't really know for sure until we go through a bit more of the evaluation with Dominion, submit a load letter, kind of get some updated details as to exactly, where we need to move it. So that could, adjust with that. As part, we also did a sun shade study. So this is a similar type of study that we did at Lake Throw, where we pick 3 different days of the year at 3 different times. And we picked, May 25th, June 30th, and August 15th from the hours of 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 6 p.m. And so these dates correlate with the, beginning of the swim season, the middle of the swim season, and the end of the swim season between opening hours, midday, and closing. And they found that as much as 95% of the deck between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. is covered in shade. And so with that, and from evaluation of the trees there, full tree removals would be required to improve the sunlight conditions on that deck. And pruning would be ineffective. And if anything, it would be very short term until they just grew back in again. So, along with that tree coverage, there's also subject to a lot of debris, obviously. So, there's a lot of different types of trees that produce, acorns and branches and leaves that then fall on the deck, get into the pool water. And so, that's just due to the proximity of the tree line to the fence. The pool deck has numerous spider cracks and appears to have some declination movement northward, meaning that's just slight shifting. A lot of the spider craft could be very likely attributed to undermining of tree roots that surround the pool deck. The perimeter fence is also showing some corrosion and staining on the deck as well, which is not atypical of fences at this age point, but it is just a notation that they had. The parking lot and the deck lighting are also below modern standards of lighting. We did some lighting replacements at the facility just recently. We swapped out the older inefficient metal halide heads for LED. There is some improvement in lighting from that, but there's still not enough poles to then fill in the gaps between those. There's only 3 poles in the parking lot, and I think maybe 4 or 5 on the pool deck. And so that leaves quite a few gaps in the lighting on that site as a result. Also from review, we noticed that the filtration turnover rate is below current standards. It's supposed to be 6 hours. Right now it's about 8. So in order to meet those requirements for county code, you would need to increase the size of the pump equipment, bolster the filtration rate to then get that turnover rate down. Some observations from interior of the facility. So, we noticed that there is an active roof leak going on right now that we're going to try to plug temporarily as best as we can before it causes any further damage. So we noticed this by looking at the roof sheathing, and there's also potentially some damage to the ceiling and roof joists from that. Now, with flat roof, there is a tendency from my experience that once you have water penetration, it tends to travel because it gets underneath that rubber membrane and kind of trickles out and spreads out underneath the sheathing. So there really could be more damage than we can see because it just hasn't gotten through that sheathing yet to the underside that we could see it. The bathroom and toilet stalls are undersized for ADA accessibility. So they would need to be wide in position in order to meet the turning radius requirements for wheelchairs. And there's not really a lot of room in these pump rooms. So there's a very good chance that you need to expand the footprint or redesign the interior in such a way that you could then fit these larger facilities. But also keep in mind, we're already short on fixtures to begin with. So cutting back or reducing somewhere else, like maybe removing a urinal, isn't really an option because we're already underserved to begin with. The pump room, water lines, electrical equipment, all those elements are showing severe signs of corrosion. And that's predominantly because in this facility, as well as several other ones that are built several years ago, all of the equipment for the panels, the water heaters are all housed in the same room as the filtration equipment and the chemical feeders. And so as these chemical feeders off gas, they're corroding all the other elements, the plumbing lines, the electrical lines. And so that bottom image you can see is the electrical panel, and that's a stainless steel NEMA 4X enclosure. And even it will start showing signs of corrosion over time when it's subjected to chlorine fumes. So, due to the PRC zoning, so this is a planned residential community, which is pretty much all of Reston. If we change any kind of usage to the site, and there's still a lot of unknowns with this, there'd still be a lot of conversations that would be had with the county regarding any kind of changes or usages to the site. Could require a PRC plan approval, but that's, probably unlikely in the grand scheme of things, but it's something just to keep in mind if there is any kind of major changes in usage to the site. Also keep in mind that renovations beyond basic maintenance to the building or the pool deck would require a building permit. And then depending on the scope of that work could also trigger a minor site plan requirement. So this slide kind of outlines some of the recommendations from the PRAC work group to the due diligence study. And this was my attempt to sort of bring these two pieces together to kind of see, how they fit. And so one of the recommendations, which was the area would be renovated to include many improvements to create higher usage and enjoyment. So as I mentioned, significant modifications beyond maintenance that modify facilities usage could require a minor site plan and potentially PRC. At a minimum, you're talking building permits for pretty much anything on the site that'd be major and beyond maintenance. Top amenities, including standard lap lanes, hot tubs, slides, play areas, expanded bathroom facilities. Majority of all these would require a building permit and further engineering at a minimum. You also have to account for expansion of lap lanes or expansion of the pool, which means you have added surface area. When you have increased surface areas, you have to do a recalculation of the bather count. And so, Fairfax County, it's approximately, I think it's 27 square feet of water surface area is equivalent to one person. And so you factor that math out and you determine the capacity of the facility. And that also drives fixture count requirements inside the facility as well. Addition of a hot tub would necessitate connection to the nearby gas line and potentially expansion of the pump room in order to house all the heating equipment. And keeping in mind, if we have to expand the size of the pump room, we'll need to relocate the transformer. Expanding the bathroom facilities to then house the ADA accessibility is another element as well. If you want to make it more accessible and expand that, it's going to require, a building permit. And there are requirements at a minimum to include 20% of your budget towards ADA. And that is the bare minimum that you would need to do to comply for a building permit. Keeping in mind, however, that from the last 4 renovations, and we're now getting into the 5th one here at Lake Throw, we have always brought a facility up to full ADA modern compliance. We have never, half done a project where we only did portions of it or pieces of it to ADA. We've always done it traditionally, all of it. So just keeping that in mind as well. Exterior enhancements to cleanliness and curb appeal, as well as access. Those access improvements should include ADA accessibility, improving the site lighting to make it more visible, and then, relocate the dumpster, because right now it's front and center. As soon as you drive into the parking lot, that's what you see. So you need to relocate that. Each of those require further engineering, permitting, and obviously DRB approvals. Improving the sunshade and warmth in the pool and deck area. Due to that heavy tree cover, full tree removals would be necessary to improve the warmth and sunlight on the pool deck, which is likely going to be a hard sell to remove all those large, fully grown, mature trees. So there's probably not much we can do about the pool deck being warm, but we could at least maybe do something about the water by heating it. So these are kind of some of the example program processes that you would have with these different recommendations. Addition of lap lanes, like I said, building permit, bather load recalculation, fixture count, expansion of the bathhouse, and all these kind of pieces. So these are just sort of really loose examples of how these sort of things sort of scale out. And again, these are all very much, early stages. We don't have all the details and specifics yet until we get further into it with the engineering and then, discussions with the county on their requirements. But these are some of the initial assumptions that we have. So with that, this is kind of a very, brief outline, and this is a relatively aggressive timeline in the grand scheme of things. And so you have your design concept, community outreach, 4 to 5 months, DRB and BOD approvals, 3 to 4. And the key piece here is the site plan documentation. If we go to a route that would require us to then get a site plan, that would then extend this timeline significantly as a result. You're talking 4 to 6 months for that process. And then you still have to go through county approvals, the procurement, and then the construction. And so if you include that piece into this overall timeline, you're really pushing yourself out of a 2023 operating season, because you really can't open the facility any later than the tail end of Q3, because at that point you'd open it and you immediately have to shut it right back down again for winterization. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do so. So you have that cutoff. So that site plan piece is what's really going to drive the schedule in terms of, is it going to be able to open in 23, or would have to wait until 2024? So that kind of completed the Shadowwood portion. I'm happy to take any questions. And I also have some of the Kimley Horn team here as well to answer anything that may be technical.
Yeah.
I think Sarah had her hand up, then you might.
I'll let Mike go first.
Oh, yeah. Chris, on your last point about triggering a site plan requirement, can you give us some examples of how we would trigger that?
Some of the bare things would be, disturbances in excess of 2,500 square feet. That's the first one that tops off the top of my head. Larry, do you have any other thoughts? Or I know that some of the other building aspects could also trigger that. There's any drainage corrections or regrading.
Yeah, typically the 2,500 square feet is the kicker for a site plan, rough grading plan or site plan, which is an engineering submittal to land development services.
Okay, so if we keep it in roughly the same envelope it's in now, then we don't have to do a site plan, probably.
Probably.
Okay.
But as Chris, just to dovetail on that though, just even squaring off the end of the pool, if that changes the bather count, then we may get into a problem with the fixture count, which then goes to the internal of the building. So there's a lot of interrelated pieces.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just wanted a general idea. Thank you.
Yes, Sarah.
Chris, do you have the motion that we made in November in front of you that the board passed? I don't have the exact verbatim, but we specifically used the language refurbish because we were aware of these concerns, and our target deadline was summer 2023. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was the language in there. I have two things. I am going to contribute to the delay a little bit because I would like to make a motion. I move that the board engage Land Use Council to advise the board on questions of 1, necessity of filing a PRC plan amendment to renovate existing RA facilities, and 2, those facilities' status as pre-existing non-conforming uses, and to advocate with county authorities on these issues as directed by the board. Again, I'm pulling terminology from your PRAC meeting last night, and I think we have PRAC chair there to correct me if I'm misquoting any of those terms.
Second.
I know, thank you. If there's any discussion, happy to. The reasoning behind is these decisions will have an impact not only on Shadowwood, but on all of our future RA facility renovations as well. And this will be beneficial for us to have that information. So I don't want you to look at it as an expense just for Shadowwood. This will be key information in the future. Questions?
Other discussion?
I'd like to hear I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just called on you.
I'd like to hear our acting CEO's view of the usefulness of hiring a land use council.
So I did refer to council on the Barton Hill matter very recently. Got some advice there, some edits to the letter I sent back. As you'll hear next, we have not heard back from the county with respect to their determination. I think I'm not opposed to going to council, but I think this is really a matter of the board deciding what level of scope it wants to do in a refurbishment. And, we've got a budget that the board has approved for Shadowwood. And what we're trying to do is define the guardrails within which we can operate without having to go to that next level of site plan. And, again, John Farrell mentioned last night, the PRC plan is a little bit of a stretch on that, but we thought it was a stretch on Barton Hill initially, and we don't have the results back on that. So it may be a little premature because right now, as Chris just reported on the due diligence, we're just trying to put, what are the parameters within which we can work before we have to get to those next levels. And we're getting close to understanding that fully.
Larry, 2 questions. One,
Sure.
How much was the cost for the Barton Hill?
It's approximately $1,000.
And this is something you can approve. Yeah, you don't need a budget amendment. You don't need the board approval, any of that. It's a small, insignificant amount. I think it will help us in the long run to have those answers before we go down the path of what do we want to keep, what do we not want to keep. Again, that's just my opinion. Everybody here knows I want this open quicker than anybody else. So,
Jennifer?
I support the motion because I believe this is the type of information that we need before we as a board approve renovation projects to go in a budget. And we have a lot of them, we know, on our slate in upcoming years. So I think that doing this kind of due diligence would give staff the understanding of what may or may not trigger, and it will help them to give us advice on what is feasible to put in a future year's budget versus ones that might take longer and we might need to plan 2 years out for.
John, I'll allow you to weigh in here.
Okay, so we renovated Glade Pool without a PRC. We renovated Dogwood Pool without a PRC. If there's an adverse response by the staff, you're going to want to take that response to the BZA, and you're going to want to take that ultimately to the court, because that kind of a restriction, a PRC zoning, it's a zoning amendment. You're talking about 18 months. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through a PRC process. That Reston, Larry, I can't remember that Reston. The only time I remember having to do that on a rec facility was the closing of the Lake Ann pool, if my memory serves me. And so it's not something you want to hope for and kind of schmooze through. It's something you want to be ready, if necessary, to defend the rights of the RA members to use areas that's designated as active recreation, regardless of how the property is oriented or implemented. You don't want to be in a situation where every time you want to renew a facility, you're going to have to spend 18 months in a hearing in front of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So, I mean, I'm sure Larry has good relationships with the folks at the county, but it's not something that my experience is that, you know, when you have someone interacting with the county without benefit of counsel, you sometimes will make mistakes that were unintended that are then used to prejudice your position. So that's why I think the motion that was made, that's pending before you, is a good one to make sure that the ability of RA to reposition and refurbish all of its facilities that we're working on at PRAC is protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? John Mooney?
I will support the motion, but I'm wondering about the most beneficial point in time to execute it. What I mean is land use council's benefit to us giving us general information about the site plan process, or is it once having the engineering facts before us, which talk about the extent of disturbance and so forth, at that point, the land use attorney would go to bat for us. So at what point, John?
Mr. Mooney, in the past, when I've done this for clients, we actually will write the determination that we want the zoning administrator to give us. That makes it easier for them. And so it would be, if with my clients, they engage me before they submit the determination to help craft the determination so that the best case is put forward. So, you know, you're going to want to engage them before you go too far down the road in your communication with the county staff.
John, if I may follow up, my question is timing relative to known engineering facts. How much engineering facts does an attorney need to do to really help craft that determination letter?
I would say a 20% set of plans would get you there. You don't need a whole lot of detail, but you'd want a little bit more than the hypothetical or speculative. So not much more, but you'd want a little bit more.
Would Larry and Chris and our Kimley Horn guests too, would you all concur with what's
been... So what I was going to suggest, I think Ron Kagawa was on the call, and I thought maybe let him weigh in a little bit. I mean, he's overseen the due diligence thus far. and I'd like to get his comments.
Yeah.
Good evening.
All
Good
right.
evening, everybody.
Thanks for being here. And you too.
My pleasure. Jeff Holzer and Matt Stevenson from our team are also on the call.
I had a feeling Matt was a Kimley Horn guy too.
Yep. Perhaps an alternative or an idea could be that, as you look at these, they're all slightly different, but they also have to follow the same general rules in terms of a kind of a cascade effect of things that might impact needing a PRC plan or needing a site plan. So perhaps some clarity could be undertaken by writing what I would almost call an a la carte menu that shows what that guidance would be for each of the sites that you're talking about, Sarah. And if that were done, it's a general guide for the board they could use as a point of reference. That would be outside of actually doing engineering work. It's, if you find this, that's what's going to happen, kind of thing. I'm not sure if I explained it very well to you all, but I hope I did, if it's helpful.
And that is also something we could share with council.
Exactly. And that, in fact, I think it would be great to be able to do it in coordination with them. And John, to your point, I'm not sure if it would mean doing 20% drawings either. Much of it could be done as field work, observational work.
I'm okay with it. I think I just want council to give us the feedback along the way.
Yes.
In parallel.
Yeah. So we're very accustomed to working with land use attorneys. So
There's one who's waving at us. So.
Yes, John.
You're on mute.
You're on mute. John Farrell, you're on mute.
Christina has to give him permission.
Yes, that's right. I sorry for being unclear. I was thinking at what we used to call the bumwad stage. Okay, not even 20%, but just something that was schematic. In my experience, you need to have a little bit more than conceptual conversations, and a little bit more something for them to look at. Is you got to have a picture. And it can be as I said, bumwad, but it's got to be more than just speculative. If you want it to be binding, if you want to be able to rely on it, it's got to have enough that people know what you're talking about.
Did I see someone else's hand go up at some point? Jennifer's.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear that the motion includes outside of just this project. Which is one of the reasons I'm supporting it, because I think we'll see in the next set of presentation slides, as these facilities were given to us, we don't necessarily even have all of the uses that each of these facilities were approved for. So I think that staff need it comprehensively for all of the assets that we currently have, just the exact zoning and usage to even start providing us direction on whether some site plans might be needed if we're going to change the use.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just have a question for probably Ron or Tony, maybe. Do you need me to amend my motion to include the piece about engineering, or is that understood?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Does anyone need to hear the motion again? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? Abstain? So that was unanimous?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So on to, are we done with Shadowwood? Are we moving on to Barton Hill now?
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, for Barton Hill Tennis. Again, we're in a very somewhat earlier stage of the planning and scoping compared to Shadowwood Pool, but generally speaking in the same portion of the project lifecycle. Due diligence work related to planning and scoping is in progress. A decision on the zoning will dictate project direction and timeline. And as Larry mentioned, we're still waiting on that determination from the county. So once we do have that determination, we will then try to coordinate a community information session on the project. That is sort of a key piece that we need to have before we're ready to have that kind of conversation. So just kind of keeping that in mind, since I know that's been a question's been asked on the timing of when that meeting would be held. So once we have that decision back, we'll have a better idea of exactly when we could schedule and time that with the community. So I'm not going to get into this a lot because we've just been discussing it, but when we're in the middle of a PRC, discussion with the county on its usage of the site, we don't have a lot of the background material on this facility. We've looked through all of our records. We've tried finding, there's not a lot of material, unfortunately, on this. There's a lot of references to it kind of on the outskirts of all the other communities, development plans, but not a whole lot on the tennis court itself. So that's why it's kind of making this a bit more complicated and difficult. And, we've looked through all our scan documents, flat files. I, looked through probably 24 different boxes trying to find anything on the site and unfortunately didn't pick up anything. So I just wanted to get in a little bit regarding the lighting aspects and some of that of the court, just to kind of clear some of the information out there regarding the project. These are the LSI court blade lights. So these are the same type of lights being used over at Hook Road Tennis. 8 per court, 4,000 Kelvin, 26-foot height, 19 poles in total. The images you see off to the right are conceptuals that were provided by LSI, who's the manufacturer. And it kind of gives you sort of a conceptual representation of the lighting on the site. From just both a, directly above and kind of an oblique, bird's eye view and a heat map. And what this really shows you in these images is just how tight the lighting is on these fixtures and how little, light spillage there is. And keep in mind, these conceptuals don't account for vegetation, topography, or even, the fencing or the shielding that would cause from the fencing. So, Sunrise Valley Drive and that, that lettering on those images, that's where the road is. And so even in these, conceptuals, there's not a lot of bleed over that you could even see the roadway. These lights also would be utilizing the same AirLink remote control system that we have at Hook Road. It has scheduling, dimming, zoning, outage alerts, power consumption. We can learn how much power we're using and when it's being used, and able to remotely disable or activate the lights from a computer. They'd be manually activated. So at Hook Road, they don't just turn on automatically at 4 o'clock. You have to have someone there to push a button to do it, and they'd be inside the fence line. And so those lights operate for a 1-hour period. They dim after 55 minutes to about 50% to act as a warning saying, hey, lights are about to turn off. So they don't just flick off and you're standing in the middle of the court in complete darkness, which is an issue that we have at all of our other antiquated facilities. So they would then have to reactivate it by pushing the button again to run for another hour. The other benefit is that these systems are independently controlled. So instead of lighting up the entire facility, you only light up the courts that you need. So each court is individually controlled and they all operate on the same parameters of, between these X hours for no more than an hour at a time. And they have to be reactivated in order to keep them running. We've also included additional fixture shielding in this design on all the perimeter lights, which then further blocks any spillage and contains the light inside the court area. So that's something that's, additional that we've done with this proposed installation.
Chris, before you leave that picture, the text box there by your lighting pictures says does not include additional shielding. By that, you mean the fixture shielding?
That might have been an older copy of the presentation you're referencing, because I finally got some updated renderings from the manufacturer. So these does include additional shielding in these images.
Okay, it does. Okay. I'm sorry. I had misread that.
No worries.
On another sheet, I think.
So this is kind of a really, this is a portion out of the photometric study they provided. And this outline shows you where the spillage, and again, this doesn't account for topography, vegetation, or fence blocking, where your 0.1 foot candle is. And 0.1 foot candle is equivalent to deep twilight. And then anything beyond that, you're basically in pitch darkness. And foot candles are measured by, 1 foot distance off the ground. And the photometric studies are basically, taken at a 3 foot level horizontally with a photometric meter. So this is kind of the idea of what you're seeing in terms of light outside the facility. It's pretty minimal. Even when you're talking, directly outside the fence line, you're only at, between 3 and 4 lumens, which is still, less than a very dark day and just barely more than twilight. So very effective lights in their shielding design. I also did a very rudimentary court proximity study, as I called it, where I went and looked at every single tennis court in Reston on the JADE Fairfax County GIS system, and then did a simple study of taking point lines from center courts of pairs to the nearest residential building, and measured the distance, and then lined them all up with averages and then ranked them. So from 1 is the closest to 14 is the furthest, and Barton Hill is by and far the furthest, most remote tennis court in Reston to any building. It has an average of 418 feet, and its closest point is 308. Glade tennis, which is lighted, is 112 feet at its closest point, at 112 feet, and at average, and 83 feet at its closest point. And there are no obstructions to that location, unlike at Barton Hill, where there is a relatively dense forested area separating the vast majority of the sight lines of that site. Lastly is going into the project cost projections. As I've mentioned earlier, the market is going a bit crazy out there right now in the construction. I have been seeing increases that I have never seen ever, and I could have never anticipated in terms of what it's doing. Increases at 35%, 15%, 25%. And traditionally we kind of average, between 3 and 7 year over year, depending on, the materials, but it's been going far higher than that on basically everything. And so I wanted to provide you a very early preliminary cost projection that's been updated since September. And to give you an idea of, where things are starting to track, these numbers are, supported by, not just, the engineers, but contractors. I had the same contractor who did Hook Road come out and look at Barton Hill, which is effectively a rinse and repeat of a project. And it went up considerably. I won't get into specifics, but I'm talking more than 20%. And that's been just barely a year and a half since then. So that's something that I just wanted to put that out there to keep in mind. The approved budget for the project was at 851, which is in kind of the middle high of the 21 estimate. And right now, we're looking at lows between 804 and 1.1 at the very, very high end. I don't think we'll get to that point at that level, but with, depending on how, the timing of when the project happens, if we have to go through any kind of PRC, engineering, community, added things of that nature, it could start shuffling things up into that range. But otherwise, I just wanted to kind of let you guys know this and to be aware. Any questions?
Chris, have you done any sound studies? Because one of the concerns is the noise that pickleball generates.
Specific sound studies, no. I have done a little bit of research regarding that. There are potentially some products out there that could mitigate it, including some specialized sound deadening matting. It's not cheap, and it does come with some additional requirements for its installation regarding structural fencing enhancements because of the weight and the wind shear that it creates. But also keeping in mind the distance that you're talking about from this court, from the surrounding properties. And you also have a relatively busy roadway right next to it, Sunrise Valley. That road noise alone would probably drown out much of the noise that you get from that court. But we also have other facilities like Autumnwood Tennis that sit far closer to the houses. I mean, go back to this. Autumnwood is, closer than Barton Hill, and it has a permanent pickleball facility there. And at Barton Hill, we are looking at doing a hybrid installation where it's not going to be a permanent pickleball. It'll have blended lines and temporary nets that can be rolled in and out of position to then allow play. So this is even further than Autumnwood. And, from my understanding, Autumnwood has been working relatively well, haven't had a lot of major complaints from the residences regarding the noise. So I don't really think it's a major issue, but there are possible options to mitigate it.
Any other questions for
Karen, it's Jennifer.
Yes, Jennifer.
Can you help me clarify? I thought that when we approved Barton Hill from the board project perspective, that we were approving the transition of a few of the Barton Hill courts to pickleball, not a temporary pickleball situation. So did you guys change your mind?
The request from the design was, earlier on there were thoughts and ideas of doing a permanent installation, but after speaking with our tennis department and tennis managers, we didn't really feel it was necessary to do a permanent conversion. Blended lines were sufficient with the rollable nets, so that would still provide us the ability to play pickleball there. That does come with an added expense, albeit less than it would be to do a permanent conversion, because there's more poles and there's more nets when you have 4 to 6 courts versus just 2 tennis courts. But there's still costs involved, and therefore it would be part of the project and the expense for it to include that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be approvable funding towards that type of work or purchases.
So I think as a board, we need to consider if that's something that is acceptable to us at this location. Because if we just wanted to do blended lines in South Reston so that we could have pickleball, we could have done that at Glade, we could have done that at Shadowwood. And so I think that we're kind of changing the scope of this project, and the board should probably think about that and weigh in. I also kind of want to ask, and I know that you guys have answered this before, but because we don't have the information yet from the county on whether this will be, require more from a change of use standpoint, what is the current or close to the current referendum cost that would be required? Sorry, I know it was like 360,000 that would require a referendum for a change of use of one of our facilities, and then it had to be, future forecasted out. About how much are we at now for a change of use referendum requirement?
I can answer that. Tom can get the exact number pretty quickly, but I think it's around the upper 500,000s. But that is not for a change of use. That is for putting in a new facility that we currently do not have. That is a new capital facility.
I believe we could go back and look, but I believe a change of use is part of that language. And I can pull it up while we're going through other things.
The part you're thinking about, Jennifer, is if it goes to year round. That's the kicker in the language. Converting something from seasonal use to year round use also requires that. But if it's basically a new facility that we currently do not have, own or operate, we're changing a use from seasonal to year round. So if we were to put an enclosure over that and heat it for year round use, absolutely would require a referendum.
Okay. And why are we looking at property lines from the middle of a court and not like the edge of the property line to the nearest house?
It was really just an effort to kind of pinpoint the center point. I mean, honestly, as long as it's consistent in its measurements, it's not really going to change the results. And so center point, from the point of the brightest point of the court or the noisiest point, which would be center point of the court, was, in my viewpoint, kind of the ideal position to measure off of.
And I guess I don't want to motion this, but I would like to request, and if staff are amenable, then I won't motion, that we be sent the engineering reports like we were for Shadowwood on Barton Hill. And also, Chris, the research, we got a flavor of the research that you did for the lines with the 2 pictures, but if we could have it for all of the tennis facilities you did the measurements for, that would be helpful.
Sure, it is. Yeah, it's a report that I've generated. It's not an official engineering due diligence report by any means. We haven't even got into that conversation yet.
So we don't have an engineering report
On
that
Barton
you've been
Hill, not at this point, because we're still getting through the zoning piece of it, and then that'll help kind of drive some of the other elements. But we haven't gotten into some of those kind of phases with the due diligence for Barton Hill, being that it's, it'll be a relatively simple report because there's not going to be a lot of elements or things to really look into on a court like that. We have a geotechnical report. I could provide you that on the court. That would be kind of a piece, I guess, worth looking at if you'd wish. I have a hard time understanding half of the stuff in those reports myself, but I'm happy to send it to you.
Yeah, anything. I feel like the site's getting more complicated. So any information I could have to kind of study, I would appreciate. I know that we've also had some members bring up before, about the parking. So when you brought up Shadowwood earlier and the change in the parking space requirements, I guess I'm a little confused as to why a Shadowwood would require more parking, but a Barton Hill facility wouldn't require more parking. And I thought that maybe you were getting that from a report and you would have it for Barton Hill too.
Well, the parking out would be coming something from a further investigation. The PRC, site plan development would likely push something like that into the parking requirements. Also keep in mind that, this is just a tennis court versus Shadowwood, which is a shared parking lot for tennis and the pool, and pools have far higher capacities than tennis courts do.
Thank you, Chris. Did we want to hear from anybody else on this, for the Kimley Horn folks, or? Well, thank you. Let's anxiously wait what the county is going to tell us.
Karen, I am curious to see if any of the board members have comments related to changing this from a permanent pickleball to a temporary.
I was actually a little bit confused about that too, but what I think is that when we were initially talking about this, we were talking about making the 2 courts permanent, but then at some point, I don't know if it was a budgetary issue, I just don't remember, that it became late in the discussion process temporary. I don't recall any more detail than that, if anybody else does.
I too remember only permanent, but I may have missed something.
That's my recollection as well. But I can't say it with certainty. I'd have to go back and.
Yeah, I mean, I thought at some point we started hearing about temporary, and I'm not sure why the switch. Chris or Larry, can you shed any light on that?
Well, I think the important thing is that, in deference to our tennis staff who interact with the tennis playing community, their interaction with the pickleball players, they think there's greater benefit of doing the blended lines. The key element for this whole thing was lighting.
Right.
I had lighting on the south side of Reston that had pickleball. And they felt the best benefit for all players of the racket sports or paddle sports would be the blended lines and lighting.
Because there is a need for more lighted tennis courts too, especially in South Reston. So
correct.
Yes,
with
Bob.
the blended lines, are you adding capacity for pickleball, excuse me? Or is it, or will you end up with the same courts and it just provides more flexibility?
Well, I'm not sure I get your question, but obviously, if
In
you,
in the same space, are you still gonna, for example, if you have a tennis court and you reline it, will it convert to 2 pickleball courts, or are you still gonna have 1 pickleball court and 1 tennis court?
no, it would be basically 2 pickleball courts per tennis court.
Thank you.
Because the net goes the other way. So yeah.
But we have Shadowwood, guys, that gets probably the least amount of usage of tennis, and we have lighting there. So I guess I'm not sure why we're spending $800 to $1.1 million to get temporary pickleball, when we could have put temporary pickleball for the cost of putting lines on a court, at a court that doesn't barely get used, whereas Barton Hill gets used a lot already just with the tennis.
I think Shadowwood does too. Plus, there's closer proximity to residents at Shadowwood.
And the parking issue that we all know about at Shadowwood as well.
But I don't know that Shadowwood is used, tennis courts are used, I don't have the data, but I don't believe it's used any less than Barton Hill. I could be wrong, but
It's a major teaching court.
yeah. And it's popular because it's shady in the summer. I've played on that court many times anyway.
Madam President.
Yes, Aaron.
I think one of the key factors was that this court was coming up needing resurfacing and refurbishment. And so this was an opportunity when we were already doing work here to make improvements and bring its capability up a little bit more and its standard up a little bit more. I don't know if those other courts that you mentioned, Jennifer, are due for refurbishment anytime soon. You're on mute.
I think we just heard from staff that Shadowwood is.
Okay. Are we ready to move on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Aaron, sorry, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Chris, can you tell us the difference between just pricing wise and the engineering between a permanent pickleball and the temporary?
Not significant. I mean, especially during this type of project where you're already doing color coding and, court refurbishment and post installations. You're maybe talking maybe a couple, maybe 10,000, 20,000 tops, probably not even, to then retrofit it for pickleball versus tennis courts with blended lines. It's not a significant impact to do it permanently, but it does change its ability to ever be used as a tennis court, obviously.
Thank you.
Could we maybe get some clarification from the tennis staff on the pros and cons of permanent versus not permanent pickleball as far as specific to Barton Hill?
I believe that's possible, yeah.
Would that be possible? Just to, yeah. I mean, from what I'm hearing, pickleball is rising at such a rate that, and tennis is not, because more and more people of all ages are playing pickleball. But I'd be interested to know what the tennis staff thought about pros and cons. Yeah, Tom.
I'm just going to back up what you said, which is last night at the PRAC meeting, we had a speaker, Leon, discussing that, and you were taking part of that as well.
Yeah, it was.
And that's exactly what he said, which was pickleball is really taken off, and there's lots of people much more interested in that versus the tennis. So that's has to be taken into account.
Okay. Moving on, I guess. Are we ready for item I, the treasurer's report? Thank you very much, Chris and Larry and Kimberly Horn, and if you're still with us. Okay, Bob and
Ready?
Tom,
Okay.
you're on.
We're going to keep this
Only an hour late.
Pardon me?
No, we're only an hour off schedule. That's okay.
I'm going to keep this at a very high level this evening because this is a preliminary report on the financial results of 2021. Staff has indicated that the numbers will be finalized in time for the March meeting. The primary reasons for, I won't even say delay, it's just that it takes time to close the books at the end of the year. Adjustments are yet to be made to accounts receivable and bad debt expenses, late fees and charges, depreciation and amortization, and this category called improvements in progress, which is carried as an asset on the books. What staff is in the midst of doing is allocating the renovation costs of capital projects to the specific assets, so that you'll be, we'll know exactly what assets were improved over the course of 2021. There, as it stands, as of the last report that staff generated, total revenues are up almost 700,000 over what they were budgeted for the year, about a 1.8% better than budget. The significant variances were in fees and charges, which resulted primarily from a loss of credit card fee income. We do not charge for credit card charges for assessments or passes or any of the programs. Covenants was up by almost $100,000, primarily due to the very robust property market in 2021. Communications and community buildings were down significantly over budget, largely because of COVID. People were just not meeting as much, and as a result, they were performed below expectation. Maintenance and environmental management was almost $400,000 better than budget. This was due to some non-budgeted revenue generated as a result of the mitigation projects, that stream mitigation credits that were paid to RA in this past year. On a positive note, recreational services and programs, including the Nature Center and Lake House, were about $180,000 better than budget. This is buoyed largely by significant improvements in camps and in tennis, which was probably pickleball. And lastly, this is one that we should mention, specifically point out, because it is a change over prior years. We recognize $302,000 in unrealized gains and investments that we haven't done in past years, which does buoy the gross revenues for the year. On the operating expense side, they also track very favorably against budget, about $360,000 better than was anticipated for the year. Operations, covenants. In fact, most of the changes were due to less expense due to fewer people having to be responsible for areas than due to less activity in the in those programs. As a result, net revenue before the adjustments are made are about $1,050,000 above budget, or 32.1%. On the capital expenditure side, pace of capital expenditures has been adversely impacted again by global logistics slowdowns, the chaotic nature of the construction industry, and yet the association still spent a little over 2.65 million versus the 3.5 million that was budgeted for capital projects in 2021. The fiscal committee meeting, there were discussions and recommendations on having the recommendation that the board reconsider imposing a surcharge on credit card payments for assessments. The committee felt as a group that from a fiscal standpoint, that it was something that that the committee should recommend to the board, whether they choose to continue a no charge or no surcharge on credit card payments, or to impose a surcharge on credit card payments like governmental bodies and many not-for-profits do. We discussed reconciliation of audit numbers to internal management reports. Tom was able to provide some very detailed reports on areas of interest or significant variances over the course of the year as a result of implementing the new accounting system, which is going to improve, should we desire the detail, a lot more detail at a much less demand on staff's time. And lastly, we examined fourth quarter year-end forecasts compared to year-end actual over the last few years to determine if there are any trends and whether we can address these trends to provide closer to accurate predictions. I won't mention the issues that we deferred, but we are still discussing just how much cash we need at any point in the year, what the minimum cash would be, determine the extent of any additional testing that BDO or auditors may do in 2022. We talked about the insurance review role that fiscal committee has. Tom is going to present, make a presentation on the deferred rental liability, all those very interesting subjects. And lastly, we're going to discuss again the application of the RRF minimum balance resolution and how that should or should not be calculated. And I'll leave it at that. The remainder are the types of reports that can be generated from the new accounting system on pages 4 and 5 and 6. And in the statement of cash flows, what I was trying to do here with the legend to the right was just to show how those calculations are made and what they represent. And let me make it clear that the $1,893,000 is just the operating cash position. It is not the total cash of the organization at the end of the year. And lastly, we have a statement on the RRF balances and CARF balances, the flows beginning at the start of the year, transfers made to the operating fund, so you know what the available funds were, the expenses by month to come up with an ending spend against the beginning balances. And then below it is a breakdown of funds to to foot to the ending cash balance. But in order to show how much cash and investments we had, we broke out both the cash balance, and then we added in for the first time the RRF balances balance in the Rafa account for RRF at year end. So at year end, on a cash and equivalence basis, we had almost $7 million in the fund. And if you included the CAR funds, $7.2 million in reserves for capital improvement purposes. Are there any questions? I will relinquish the remainder of my time.
Thank you.
if there
Thank
are
you,
none.
Bob. Thank you, Bob. And thank you, Tom, by extension. Okay. Next item is the audit evaluation process informational. I hope you all saw the PowerPoint that was done, and we're going to, looks like we're going to see it again. So Tom, you're on.
Alrighty. Board member Jennifer Juszczyk had requested in a prior board meeting that I address BDO's comments on the weaknesses and deficiencies on the 2020 audit wrap-up and discuss what management planned or has implemented to correct or put in place going forward. So the first item was significant and unusual transactions. The issue here was the gap presentation of the stream mitigation funds. The action or response was that internally we would develop a new resident association policy to address significant and unusual transactions. This would be a collaboration between management and the fiscal committee to ensure that such transactions are properly discussed, reviewed, and approved. The result, this policy would ensure adequate visibility to stakeholders regarding unusual transactions to ensure proper accounting treatment. All right, the next item or discussion was the documentation of review of account reconciliations. The issue was timely review of account reconciliations. Due to the September 2019 data crash, it resulted in an underlying detailed data unrecoverable. We could not determine what encompassed summary balances on records and the data that was recovered. The action response management informed the board and the fiscal committee who approved the write-offs reclassifications in November of 2020. Management assumes that any vendor that was due a payment from a past due invoice were promptly considering that no creditor had come forward seeking payment. So therefore we were under the impression that we had paid all those vendors. And therefore we wrote those off. The result on 9/21 was from the implementation of Sage. It's a cloud-based and it's backed up on their end continuously. And Sage provides us with better visibility and accurate data moving forward. The RRF and CAR fund transfers. The issue was timely fund transfers to balance bank book balances. The action that management took was that we review all RRF and CAR transactions and reconcile them on a monthly basis. The fund transfers are proposed and sent to our banking partner for processing. The fund transfers require authorization and approval from either the CEO, acting CEO, or board president before completion. The recommendation that we put in place was the approval process now includes the director of finance, as authorized to complete these fund transfers monthly to streamline the workflow and better mirror the bank book balances. Also, I included the banking partner has enacted a fund transfer form to complete the timely basis to reduce the lead time. And that's on this next page. It basically mirrors basically what I would put into an email originally to the SunTrust or the banking managers of the funds for the transfer. But on their part now, it's signed off by an authorized signature. The next item was the timely evaluation of allowance of the doubtful accounts. There again, it was the issue of the bad debt expense. The action that we took was to close out analytical review of accounts receivable, and it's completed on a monthly and recurring basis. After discussion with legal counsel, accounts deemed uncollectible in response to the September 2019 data loss were not formally approved as of 12/31/20 until November 2021. If you remember, CW came forward to us with data or counts from the 2019 that felt we didn't have the necessary information to actively pursue collection. The past due accounts are reviewed monthly and analyzed to the aging schedule. Accounts are recommended to our outside collection and determined by the legal committee until all other collection tactics are exhausted. As a result, we now utilize MemberSuite, which tracks our accounts receivable. It has complete detail and is robust to accurately review past due accounts. The next one is revenue cutoff. This is the money that's received in the current year for the prior year. It's a timing issue. It means that it comes in and say like 22, but it's actually should be recognized in 2021. The action response management recommended standardizing its programs and services to a calendar year to mitigate the risk of a greater magnitude cutoff issue in the future. The result, if a calendar year is not appropriate, revenue is accounted for based on the period of performance. We proactively implemented this as of 1/1/21. We also do an analytical review on the subsequent activity 90 days into the current fiscal year to try to capture all those revenue streams that should be recognized in the previous year. And the last issue is the lease terms and rent expense calculation. Management noted that the previous calculation utilized for the deferred rent journal entry and tenant allowance, it was being amortized on the original lease term and should have been modified to be amortized over the new lease terms. As a result, we created new amortization schedules, and it has been vetted by management, and the audit partner has approved it. So therefore, these were the items that were noted in that wrap up, and these were the actions that we took to correct anything going forward. Are there any questions or comments?
Jennifer?
Tom, can you go back to the revenue cutoff one? I'm still trying to understand what this means. And I know that you're trying to make it easy to understand.
I was trying to make it simpler and not accounting speak, just to.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to
Everyone
understand how
understand
does this affect members when members are buying stuff from us? How does
So
this
it's like-
affect them versus how does it affect our books?
It's a book issue. Say like garden plots. We start collecting those in November, December time period, but that would be a deferred revenue type situation where it's collected in advance. And then there's other revenue streams that we would collect in January, February, and March that really should have been for the period of performance in the previous year. It's just the timing issue of collecting those monies. So we have to go back and analyze all the deposits that come in, say, January, February, March, and ensure that it's either 22 revenue or if it should be included in the 2021 revenue on the books. Hopefully I explained that.
Yes. Do you think because I know that this probably required collaboration with other departments. Do you think that you have what you need from other departments to fix this one going forward?
Yeah, we try to educate them to, at least let us know the period of performance whenever something is collected. And also in RecTrack, WebTrack, we go through and we try to analyze that to make sure that the payment being applied is for a program that was in December, if it's December, the previous year's revenue, even though it was collected in January, February. So we try to make sure that there's notation within the software that helps us recognize the revenue in the proper period.
Okay. And then I just have two questions. I think that they're simple, but so do you think that, or do you believe that we've fully addressed BDO's concerns from the last audit and that we're in good shape and won't see similar ones going into the 2021 audit?
I do. I think we've addressed, and we had previously addressed all of those. I mean, that audit was kind of late, as you know, into the year, but we had already addressed most of those issues internally before they put that in the wrap up.
Great. And going kind of back to Bob's presentation, because I know that your team does a lot of work to make Bob's presentation look simple and understandable. How are you feeling from an RA perspective about how we closed out the year? And, is there anything that we should be mindful of from a board perspective, going into our, we're already into the end of February now, our 2022 budget. Was there any kind of lessons learned or things that we should look out, for more closely as we're spending in 2022?
I mean, we're still dealing with the data fallout in our accounts receivable, just trying to make sure everything's cleaned up and that all the, as Bob noted, the fees that are associated with those accounts receivable are properly recorded per our resolution. Say like interest charges or late fees, etc. And also we need to take a look at our bad debt. What amounts do we feel we should write off as uncollectible? We also are taking a look at what accounts we just can't collect that will, go to the legal committee and see if we can't get CW to collect those for us.
Did we finish out 2021, you think, stronger than we have previous years? Or how are we trending kind of, from your time at RA? How do you feel like we're trending?
Yeah, I think all the SLT members, Hank and Larry, we did a good job. As Bob noted, our revenues were up, even though some of that included a large stream mitigation fee and then the unrealized gain in our investment accounts. And normally we do book it, we just don't report it. And with the new software, it's out there to be, part of the financial statements that we present. For whatever reason, it was always a hidden line item and not included in the revenue stream because of the fluctuation between, could be a loss, unrealized loss or unrealized gain throughout the year. Like right now, it would be an unrealized loss due to the market considerations. But another thing we don't book or show is depreciation expense on a monthly basis because we don't include that in with the budget because it's not really a cash transaction, but just a depreciation of a fixed asset.
Thanks, Karen. That's all I had. Thanks, Tom, for preparing this. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much, Tom. Okay. Next is back to Bob on the periodic review of processes and controls, which is something I think you had worked on and then took to fiscal, right? So this is
Bringing it back.
a follow-up to
Right.
yeah. What Bach saw, I don't think the board has seen it yet.
Right. At our July 2020 regular meeting, the following motion was unanimously approved. Was moved to direct the board and CEO establish a periodic review of business processes and controls to continue to refine our operations. Basically, that's internal control. That is essential business processes. It is a shared responsibility among the board, management, and staff. So everybody has a role in it. And having been treasurer for the past 2 years and a longtime financial person, it is an area which is not terribly interesting. It can cost you money, but overall, it does. By having good internal controls, you have a soundly run organization that not only protects against external problems, but bolsters people's position within the organization and ensures efficiency and effectiveness. So I look back and in the last 5 years, there have been 3 internal controls reviews that have been conducted of RA. Each of those reviews was conducted by a party or parties independent of RA, and each was done as a result of an event or action that occurred during the period. I think we can do better. Typically, and when I brought this up several years ago, it was pointed out that we don't have a large staff. We don't have an internal auditor, but all these things can be done internally and effectively over time, but you've got to make the attempt to do so. So what follows is a primer on internal control, what its definition is. I proposed an integrated framework, and this is not something that I sat and dreamt up. This is the COSO internal control framework. COSO is the Committee on Sponsored Organizations of the Treadway Commission, which is a very long and involved title, but it was instituted back in 1985 at a time when there was a great amount of concern about internal control failure that resulted from frauds. And one of the most celebrated cases were the WorldCom case. And it is not to suggest nor implicate that any of those problems exist within our organization, but they are responsibilities which we are elementary or essentially part and parcel of meeting our fiduciary obligations. So there are 5 internal control principles. There are requirements for effective internal controls, and then I'll just briefly touch on how internal control applies to rest and association. So first of all, you want to define what internal control is. It is a process. It's affected by the board of directors, by management, and by others, but really staff. They're designed to provide reasonable assurance regarding the achievement of objectives related to operations, reporting, and/or compliance. They are a process consisting of ongoing tasks and activities, like reconciliation of cash accounts. They're affected by people. These aren't automatic. Somebody has to be reviewing them. They should be able to provide reasonable assurance. They're not absolute assurance, but reasonable assurance both to senior management and to the board of directors. And lastly, the most important thing is the committee recognized that they should be adaptable to any size organization, from the largest to the smallest. And I think that's the most important consideration. They've come up with a nice cube. I don't know whether you have this up, but this is on page 90 of the original outline. They came up with an integrated framework on internal controls. And there are 5 internal control principles: the control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication, and monitoring of activities. And these go across 3 dimensions: operation, reporting, and compliance. And they can be sliced by the entire entity, a department, an operating unit, or a function. If we go on to the next slide, as I mentioned before, there are 5 principles. And I won't go through all of the detail here, but the first is the control environment. So you wanted to demonstrate a commitment to integrity and ethical values. This is one of the problems that the Treadway Commission was impaneled to begin with. It exercises oversight responsibility. This is not to say that the board would be managing it, but they would be aware of the controls and the results of testing done. It establishes structure, authority, and responsibility. It demonstrates a commitment to competence, and it enforces accountability. Probably the biggest aspect is risk assessment. All businesses have risks. It specifies a good, effective internal control system, specifies suitable objectives. It identifies and analyzes risks that are evident. Fraud risk is not a big issue internally. That's typically what people think is somebody's got their hand in the till, but externally, particularly in cyberspace, this is becoming more and more of an issue. And lastly, it identifies and analyzes significant change. So there is an ongoing aspect to it all. The third aspect are control activities. In other words, you have policies and procedures that demonstrate how things get done, by whom they're done, and how general controls may be adapted due to technology employed. The fourth element, which is one which is often forgotten, is the 2 most important things are communications, both internally, from layer to layer, and from management to the board, and from the board to the membership. And lastly, monitoring activities. In other words, this is an ongoing tests that are conducted and communicated to the various parties who have an interest or responsibility. And I'll skip then all the way to the last one and talk about how does this apply. So this is page 98 of 114. How does this apply to rest and association? I believe it's an elementary fiduciary responsibility of the board of directors and management. It should not rely on external consultants to implement. Yes, they can help you design them, but ultimately in an organization the size of rest and association, it has to be done internally. It does not impose an inordinate amount of time commitment. It is based on the scale and scope of RE's operation and can effectively be implemented by staff. I've worked with companies as small as 5 people to have an effective internal control system. And lastly, a major deficiency represents an internal control deficiency that could severely reduce the likelihood that any entity can achieve its objectives. And that's really the purpose. It is not to lay blame, it is to identify weaknesses and recognize where weaknesses don't exist. Now, you may say, well, this is all kind of neat, but where do we go with this? And so I'm going to make a recommendation. And this is not going to be a motion, but just a recommendation for you as individuals to consider, and then we can talk on an ongoing basis. First of all, RE should adopt an overriding policy on internal controls. I've drafted an internal controls policy, which I will provide to each of the board members and staff. And then secondly, as an organization, we collectively, both board, active management staff, and even the volunteer committees, a commitment to work together to adopt an approach to internal controls which will achieve the goals of the policy consistent with an ongoing assessments of the risks evident in the operation and environment in which the association operates. So with that, I'll entertain any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this together, Bob, in response to the motion from last July. Yeah, so that was my question too, is what, what do we do with this from here? We and staff and we as an organization. So I think the recommendations that you're putting forth is a good next step.
Once you decide that this is a worthy goal of the organization, then you can begin to put together, kind of a high level kind of work program. One of the things that has occurred in this past year is that we engaged our auditors to do an agreed upon procedures review of the procurement rules. And we should have provided, Tom, have we received the final report from BDO?
We have not received the final, but I have a draft. I was going to reach out to Leslie and Ashley, and since you guys were okay with it with our last fiscal committee meeting, that they can formally produce the final report and present to you guys.
So is the next step here going to be to, I think you were saying, Bob, to present recommendations to the board and to staff to adopt as
to
forward-
adopt an internal control policy.
to
A high
adopt,
level
yeah.
overarching statement about the objectives of an internal control program.
So, so I would like to hear what Tom and Larry
Sure.
have to say with regard to moving forward on to satisfy what the board had asked for.
And I'll go there. We have.
You go first.
I'll go first. We have a risk assessment on all the phases of our accounting work within RA, and also have policies and procedures in place. I think that's a good place to start. If Bob and whatever team that's put together wants to look at that and start there, that would be a good place.
I think that the most important thing is when those exist, that they are, if you will, are reported out to the membership so that they understand that there are controls around the operations, that there is a risk assessment done, so that they appreciate that the organization is being operated in an efficient and effective manner.
Yeah,
That's really the objective.
okay, so it's for the benefit of the membership to be aware of all this, because obviously, you know, most, if not all of this is already being done, I would think. So,
But, yeah, I believe it is being done, but there's no communication
not that there is not
up and down about what's been done.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
there,
And some of those procedures are buried in resolutions, and I'm not sure how many members actually read the resolutions. And so, you know, maybe the thing that we could do, working with the fiscal committee, is to sort of do a Cliff's Notes, if not, you know, for lack of
pull out what's exists there.
yeah, you know, here are the control mechanisms in place, here are the procedures that are in place, and so forth, you know, as a starting point to get to that. Because, you know, I mean, just the purchasing a procurement resolution in and of itself, you know,
Right.
you know, probably, hopefully people on this call have read it, you know, on this meeting, but probably not everybody,
Yeah,
you know, as a subset of the membership. So I think that's a good starting place. And then I think working with the fiscal committee on, you know, what the highlights are that we want to, you know, put out there for the, you know, the broader public consumption. That would be my recommendation.
okay. So do we need to make a formal directive here, or no?
I don't think so.
Okay,
You're welcome to, but I don't think it's required.
yeah. Jennifer?
Even not from a direct member standpoint, but I took a look at the internal processes and procedures, and it's, you know, they're probably outdated at this point because it was probably over a year ago that I asked for them, and some of them were still in draft form. And I imagine with the big change that Tom's team has gone through with the system change, having staff internally make sure that those processes are updated, and that any that, you know, were not fully enacted or in draft form have been updated would be good too.
Okay.
It also gives you an opportunity because you'll get into the mode regularly of looking at how things get done and identify where changes can be made, and we can make improvements in efficiency or in effectiveness.
Yeah.
Where things can be automated,
Sure.
where there are, you know, where there are tie-ups between departments or functions that can be rectified. And it's kind of stuff that you don't think about on a daily basis, but we step back and kind of look at things from, you know, kind of almost an out-of-body experience where you're not dealing with things that you normally do. You have a different perspective about how things should operate or make recommendations to make improvements. And again, it is not to castigate where problems exist. It is to to identify those so that they can be fixed, to make the organization more effective.
Sure. Yeah, and I think our new CEO, whoever that turns out to be, would want to be involved too, so. Okay.
That's what I was thinking too, Karen, just to hold ourselves accountable, even though it's not a motion, is there a time where we want to set that we're going to revisit this? Or check on the status of how we're doing, both internally and externally. I'd look to kind of staff to give us some guide. Is this a 3-month thing? Is this a 2-month thing? Is this a 6-month? Like how long do we think before we should check in?
Yeah, Larry.
Might it be worth waiting until the new CEO is on board and has become familiar with processes, procedures, and so forth, and let that person influence, because that person, depending on their background, may want to institute some immediate changes.
Right.
Just a thought. So, again, not knowing when that new person is going to be coming on. So maybe, 3, 4, depends on kind of what you set for the initial goals for that person.
My intent tonight was just to introduce the topic and get people thinking about it, because this, I will tell you, it takes a while to implement a program. The startup can be a bit time consuming, but as Tom has already identified, they've done risk assessments, and that's a major portion.
Yeah.
So if you know what your risks are and you've already procedurally dealt with them as best you can, you've limited the exposures that you might have. And then you expand that away from just financial into the way you conduct other operations within the organization.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to, let the new CEO get acclimated and then, get involved. And hopefully that will be within a few months. Till that person becomes acclimated is what I'm saying. Oh, it'll be before that when they're hired, hopefully. Okay. All right. Thank you. So land use update. That would be John and Larry.
That's John and Larry. Thank you.
Yeah, Christina, could you pull up the presentation, please?
So, Christina, if you could move us to the next slide, please. And I'm going to go through this quickly. There are some significant facts, but most of the discussion tonight has to be on the particular land use projects that Larry's going to go over with us. So the comp plan approval process, so the task force is out of session until at least mid or late April. And that's because we have substantially completed all of our interim draft chapters and have referred them to the county staff for review. We will then review what the task force recommends on our drafts around through April or until April or through April, it's not clear. And then vote on those, and then community engagement has begun. In fact, it began today with the first community presentation to the Chamber of Commerce, and will continue through July. And the meeting with the board is now scheduled for March the 2nd, the evening of March the 2nd. It's a town hall meeting. And I believe Supervisor Alcorn intends to come back and visit with us again. But at least the beginning meeting is March the 2nd. The Planning Commission hearing and action is, the hearing at least is scheduled for September 14th, and the Board of Supervisors hearing is scheduled for October 19th. Next slide, please.
Is that the 19th or the 11th, John, as on the slide?
I'm sorry, the 11th. Thank you, Larry. You've seen this before, so Larry and I have not voted and will not vote until we vote, till I vote with the board and Larry's in his CEO seat. So next slide. This is a quick overview of all of the chapters. Those in blue have already been substantively completed. There are the equity chapter or section, we don't know what it will be, is still to be completed. The housing chapter is still to be completed, and the earned density is still to be completed. Earned density is the concept that whereas the comprehensive plan for particular types of development, let's say low intensity multifamily, sets a range. So between 30, let's say, what is it, 30 and 40 units per acre, or 30 to 50 units per acre. And so the idea of earned density is developers who are operating within that density range do not have the right to immediately assume that they're going to the top of the range. They have to earn that by things like good design, contributions to affordable housing, things that benefit the neighbor, benefit the community. So that's the concept that we're working on there. The interim drafts are now available online at that website. And also available there is a PowerPoint, which gives a thumbnail sketch of all of the chapters and of the process. Next slide, please. It's no longer sometime in March. We're having our town hall meeting on March the 2nd. What is it, from 7 to 8:30, I believe?
Yes.
And then we at a later time will hold a public hearing and vote on the comprehensive plan chapters, but that is best done after the next round of review by county staff and the comprehensive plan task force. So that would be in the early summer. To do it too soon, we're not going to see all the changes that come through the staff review and the new task force vote. So in early summer is when we'll do that. Next slide, please. And this is now Larry taking over. Thank you.
So,
Any questions? Any questions?
Yeah, take questions first. So hearing none, actually, Christine, if you could advance one slide. I want to touch on this one first because the other one's going to take longer. So this is just to give you a heads up that Comstock has filed a major plan amendment. It's just a property condition amendment, development plan amendment, conceptual development plan amendment, and final development plan amendment for these properties. So you may recall that Vornado got this rezoned, based upon Metro coming, with TOD and so forth, back around 2015. And then they sold to JBG Smith, and then Comstock bought it from JBG Smith. And as all expected, they're revising the plan. So this just got filed with the county. I know Jennifer has met, I think, with Brian Winterhalter, the attorney from DLA Piper, who's representing Comstock. I had a conversation with Brian last Friday. And so this is really early in the process. This is really just to give you a heads up that there's going to be a lot of community involvement here, certainly some discussions with the board as this goes forward. I have not had time to go through the multiple sheet plan set yet. It's not terribly different from what the prior entitlements were, although they are going to knock down a building to create the kind of east to west road off Wheelie there. That's a little bit, that's one of the main changes. So this is just to give you a heads up. This is going to be coming up in front of us, over the next few months, maybe even a year, depending on how long this process takes. So I just want to give you a heads up on that one. So Christina, if you go back a slide, this one is a little more timely. Thank you. So this is the Fannie Mae redevelopment. I think most of you are very familiar with the site. We sent a letter under Karen's signature to get feedback from the adjoining communities. We had them send that to landuse@reston.org, which comes to me. So I was able to go to one place and I could aggregate those. I put all those emails, I think it was 21, into the board's Dropbox. I aggregated those in the draft letter that I also put in Dropbox in descending order of the number of mentions in the responses that I received. More importantly, the Fairfax County staff report came out today, and I know Jennifer has probably gone through it. I got through most of the 237 pages, I think, although I didn't get to read every proper statement. But I think, so the draft letter that I put forward to the board included a couple position pieces. You may recall in the letter that Karen sent out originally, we had talked about multimodal access through the site, public access to the ponds and so forth. They should become RA members, among other things. The county staff report came out and they are recommending denial. And the primary reason, this is my interpretation, Jennifer, I'm sure you've read it, you can certainly provide your interpretation. The primary reason for that is that they are, if you look at this picture, and this is oriented north-south, the units that are closest to the pond on the west, and I believe some on the very southern portion of the new townhouses, encroach into the existing environmental quality corridor that was established back in the 1993 rezoning. So as the county states in their staff report, units 1 through 24 should be removed. So reduce the density, do not encroach on the EQC. And there's a litany of other things. And, I don't know how many of you have had a chance to, look into this or even got, were able to go into the staff report. I know I don't think that link was sent out to the entire board. But what I'm going to recommend here tonight is that we support the staff report and draw attention to some particular things. And these are particular things that were reflected in the responses we got back, which were included in the draft letter that I put in the packet. So if you'll let me go through these, I've got a list of a handful of things, a little more than a handful, that we support the staff report of Fairfax County, but draw attention to reduce the number of units, to reduce the environmental impacts to the site. And I don't have this typed up. I did this on the fly this afternoon. Create a public street on American Dream Way, because their proposal is to keep it private and gated. And that also is in concert with the comprehensive plan goals for the Gerda streets. Remove the head-in parking spaces and remove the gates. Create more public access to and through the site. And that you can see that throughout the staff report on a number of different levels. Remove encroachments into the existing or proposed environmental quality corridor areas and delineated wetlands, which they've also encroached upon in their current proposal. Support the staff's recommendations on changes to the proper language. And there's several of those, including they're recommending using structural BMPs or low impact development LID techniques. And we think they should use softer approaches, swales and so forth. support the staff's recommendations on design features. They had some real concerns about the short distance of the driveways. They should either be, less than 5 feet or greater than, I think, because it conflicted with sidewalks in the development. And I also think they should recommend closer coordination with Ivy Oak and North Shore Cluster specifically as the two abutting property owner associations. And I know that they have spoken with both of those groups, but I think it should be, there should be more attention drawn to that. So that's kind of my summary of, my takeaway on this. But the last thing I want to say is that in that letter, the draft letter for discussion that I put in the board's Dropbox, and this is just my opinion, I do believe that a residential option here is better in the long run than a commercial option. And so in terms of, support, I guess, for what they put forward, I think supporting the residential option makes sense. Otherwise, there's the potential for 2 buildings of 9 or more stories looming over Ivy Oak condominiums just to the north. And I think integrating residential on this site and into the greater community makes more sense than 2 more commercial buildings, which is what the current approval is for.
And Larry, you've mentioned that residential would also reduce the traffic generated by the site significantly.
Yes, absolutely. I don't have the percentage, John, but whether it's 90 or if they knock out 24, 68 or 66, whatever that number is, I'm not good with math. Townhomes,
82% less vehicle trips is what the fact sheet said here.
Yeah, I mean, just
from McGuire Woods.
There will be, with residential, there'll be less total traffic, and it'll be, some more during the, daytime, lunchtime, but it won't be the mass entry and exodus of a commercial office building.
Tim?
Larry, which has more impervious surface, a residential or commercial option?
I don't recall seeing a calculation of that. Again, I didn't get to go through every plan sheet. My guess would be the residential option is less. The residential option that, as they currently propose, actually increases the open space by a small, the total open space area by a small percentage. But I think the availability of, additional, I don't like to use this term, but lawn or whatever, to receive some of the direct runoff from the residential buildings. But I do not have a specific answer for you on that.
Thank you.
Is there any particular reason why we have to make a stand as to which option is preferable? Instead, just agree with staff report that the proposal should be denied.
There's not a particular reason. I will give you my personal reason, is that having been out on that site a number of times, and given the proximity of the Ivy Oak condominiums to the north that share about 1,200 feet of property line, as well as the sycamores on the west, that it seems to me that a residential development there, at particularly the height of the, even though they're 4-story townhomes, is a more appropriate transition to Sunset Hills Road and Plaza American. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all.
So staff's recommending denying any development there?
Yeah, they're denying the option for residential. So right now they have,
okay.
Right now they could go in and build two two more build 9 roughly story buildings with their existing approvals.
Okay.
The, you know, and along with that, and whether this is a veiled threat, who knows? You know, depending on, you know, who the tenant might be for 1, 2, or all 3 buildings, including the existing one, you know, it becomes it could be a completely privatized site where the access, even though they're the 1993 proffers, you know, basically speak to public access to the ponds, which frankly, it's private property, but people have been walking on it since 1993 or whenever, you know, it was ultimately built. So the residential option, because of putting things in public easements and so forth, guarantees public access and perpetuity to those areas, which is not an absolute given in the commercial piece.
Right. Oh boy. Yes, Bob.
In the background piece, the staff specifically mentions the walkway between North Shore and Sunset Hills, but they also recognize that it's an informal. There is no public access easement, and I think that if we're going to mention one specific, you know, desire, that ought to be it, that there ought to be a public access easement providing, you know, multimodal transportation between North Shore and Sunset Hills.
But non-vehicular.
Non-vehicular, yes, definitely non-vehicular. Oh, God.
So I sent out, I think I sent to the full board the revised packet that I got last weekend from the planner from McGuire. It actually went to the Planning and Zoning Committee, which shows, and again, the staff report was based on the submittal earlier. So there's new information already. And the developer has agreed to the 24/7 access, again, agreed, assuming this gets approved, to the 24/7 access from North Shore to Plaza America. They've also agreed, and this was actually a recommendation that I made after meeting with Ivy Oak on site, to put a pathway in on the north side of American Dreamway from where that North Shore connector comes through, down to where the townhomes start. There'd be a crosswalk to the south side of American Dreamway, and then making the sidewalk in front of that line of townhomes that fronts on American Dreamway, making that part of the public realm so that there's more direct access to the ponds. So that was included in what I forwarded that I received last weekend that's going to the P&Z on Monday. So again, the staff report is based upon the prior submittals. And so there's even some more recent information that hopefully you all maybe had a chance to at least look at the graphics that were included in that package.
John?
Larry, how would our support of the staff recommendation, which would, as you say, reduce the number of units, residential units by 24, which is a substantial reduction. How would our supporting that affect our efforts that you have begun some time ago and continue to get the developer to agree to bring these units into Reston Association?
So that's an excellent question, John. And I couldn't tell you how it would impact that. You know, another way to frame our recommendation with respect to lowering the unit count would be to simply state that there be no encroachment into the existing or proposed EQC. So it doesn't talk about a specific number. So if they can reorganize the site which would require reducing the number of units, but it might be a reduction of 10. I'm just throwing numbers out, right? 10 or 12 or whatever it might be, so that they're not encroaching into the existing environmental benefits of the site. That might be one way to capture that without necessarily saying it's got to be 24 or nothing, which is what the staff report reflects.
So the developer proposed a range, I think, of 87 to 92 units.
Correct.
Townhouse units. I'm just wholesale embrace of the staff report on our side may make it harder to negotiate with the developer over membership in RA. I don't know.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, that's a very good point. But that's one where, again, if we frame it that, you know, we're trying to minimize the impacts to the existing environmental resources, and, you know, if they don't, encroach on the existing wetlands or the EQC, that's for them to work out ultimately. But at least it says, you know, that's kind of where we're drawing the line.
I would prefer that way of framing it.
I have to entertain a motion to extend the end time of this meeting. I'm not sure if we have anything for a second executive session. I'm not aware of anything. Consultation with counsel or personnel matters. Was there as a placeholder? I'm not aware of anything. And so if that's true, and if a vote is likely to defer the discussion on resolution 11, I would say just generously will extend to 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Nobody opposed? Thank you.
I'm opposed.
You're opposed. I'm sorry, Tim. I thought your hand went up for an aye. So one opposed.
I was just going to make a quick point, but I've made this point before. I mean, these delays have become routine, and they cause harm. And as the general counsel has told us many times, they lead to bad decisions. And in addition to all of the harm that I've talked about before, it discourages people from running for open seats, for open board seats, as we can see in the upcoming election. And we're depriving RA members of a choice. So I oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Bob.
Although I agree with Tim that nobody particularly likes long meetings, I think we are stuck with what POA provides us, which the only discussions that we can have to be in the public. And like this issue does, it probably will not affect you or I, but the younger people that live here in Reston, it could significantly change their quality of life. How that might happen, but they should be aware of it. So as much as I understand and commiserate with the length of the meetings, I think we are stuck with what we got.
I just want to clarify, my opposition has nothing whatsoever to do with the matter currently under discussion. And I also want to say, as I've said every other time in the past, the presiding officer, the president of the board, is doing everything she can to shorten these meetings. It's the other 8 of us who need to do a better job. And I would not point to the pending discussion as in any way inappropriate or inefficient. Thank you.
Yes, Jennifer.
I would like to ask Larry to repeat his list. And I'd like us to listen carefully, because I'd like to throw a motion on the table after he repeats his list. to support his list as our board positions. But I know it was a long list, so I want to make sure we hear it a second time.
I can do that. So we may want to alter the very first sentence that I wrote down, but recommend support Fairfax County staff report. In particular, reduce the number of units, particularly to reduce environmental impacts to the site. Second, create a public street on American Dreamway in concert with the comp plan goals, including removing head-in parking spaces and removing the gates. Third, create more public access to and through the site, which I actually think is being accomplished in what they're sending to P&Z. Remove encroachments into the existing or proposed EQC areas and delineated wetlands. Support staff's recommendation on proper language changes, including using less structural, low impact development techniques and best management practice techniques. Support staff's recommendations on design features such as driveway lengths. Recommend closer coordination. This is not in proffers or anything. Recommend closer coordination with Ivy Oak and North Shore clusters as the two most affected neighborhoods of RA members.
I'd like to add to that list. I can't remember, Bob, it might have been one that you brought up. The public access easement. And a second one, which is something we supported last board meeting, but that we put stronger language in the letter related to, that they commit to RA membership prior to the application's full approval. And Bob, how do you feel about Larry's first one, to support staff's recommendation?
My personal preference would be to eliminate taking a stand, but
on the residential.
If I had to choose, I would take residential over the commercial. If I was forced to, it had to be one or the other. Residential makes more sense to me. As long as the density is substantially lower, which, the 24 units definitely is.
So are you okay with leaving Larry's first one then? And Larry,
happy to hear what other people say.
Yeah, can you say, yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify too, I don't have these numbers memorized, but the gross square footage of the residential that they're proposing is about 242,000 square feet. And what they have approvals for is an additional 450,000 square feet. So in terms of gross square footage on the site, they're cutting what's already approved in approximately half.
Point taken.
Sarah?
You're on mute.
I don't have a problem with picking residential and making that call. It's just I don't like the opening line. We are, yes, supporting staff recommendations that came out today, so we're jumping at it, but this letter was more, we are advocating on behalf of our membership and taking a stance. I would like to have the wording with that kind of an opening to give some strength to our ask, that we are speaking on behalf of our membership, and we are 23,000 strong. So instead of simply saying that we agree with the staff recommendations, we went through our own initiative to reach out to our members, get their feedback, listen to what they said. Yes, we're also taking the staff input, but we've also considered our members' concerns. So just the opening line. However, Larry, you want to phrase it, wordsmith it, I'm okay with it, but it's just the sentiment needs to be, we're speaking on behalf of our membership.
So let me ask this question of the board. Is all the board members still on right now?
I believe
Yep.
so.
So if I were to craft a new letter tomorrow, I have a meeting with Tom and Tony already at 9 that I set up during this meeting about member suite. So it'll be after that. I could craft, I take a stab at a revised letter and send that out to the board. And, I'd rather that you all be comfortable with it. But the question is, again, that's why I asked if all 9 were on here. Will people be checking their emails tomorrow so that we can perhaps get unanimous consent that it meets, the goals that we've discussed tonight?
It needs to
if
go to
you want
P&Z before the weekend.
Yeah, so I don't think you need a unanimous consent vote, but yes, we would like to take a look at it because policy-wise, we're all on the same page, right? I don't think we disagree on the asks. It's just how do we, for me, it's just the intro. How do we introduce ourselves with the letter?
Right, it's how do we phrase it? But I don't want to, I don't want to make assumptions that the way I write is going to meet everybody, all 9 members' goals of, I'd have said it a little differently, So if I can just get if I send it out tomorrow or even Saturday morning, whatever, and I get a couple of hey-hos, that looks pretty good, because P&Z is Tuesday, I think. And we want to make sure we get it to P&Z, Walter, John Carter, Caniglio, the whole crew. So if you all are good with that, then I'm happy to, make a hard stab at it tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
I just want to go on record and saying I'm fine with what's been discussed, but I wish they wouldn't develop it at all. I think it's great the way it is, but if it's going to be developed, please not commercial. That's how I feel, but I think our members would be, if it has to be developed, would prefer residential to commercial.
Well, when I met with the 2 members of the IPO board, they were kind of, we were standing on American, we walked through the gate, we walked down American Dream Way, and we're standing there, and they were like, kind of like, okay, a 4-story townhouse or a 9-story building. That's pretty.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we don't need an action tonight. I know what I have to do. I got 18 hours to do it or whatever.
Yeah. Yes, Jennifer.
I would still like to motion. And then maybe we can discuss, because I think I have an alternative approach to what you have, Larry, that still gets you to the same place. So I would motion to make the list that Larry has presented to us on the Fannie Mae development, with the addition of adding the public access easement as a board position, and that RA membership should be accepted prior to full approval of the application as additional board positions, and direct staff to create a letter based on those positions, and also develop future testimony for the upcoming planning commission meeting with more details related to those positions by 3 o'clock tomorrow for the letter. Is that?
I don't think this requires a motion, but
we have to take board positions on this.
No,
I mean,
I understand. I
so
understand.
I would like,
And we will, but I don't,
Why does it have to be by 3 tomorrow afternoon, Jennifer? Why couldn't it be Saturday?
I'm just gonna second it, just so we can go into discussion.
and then I can alter it if needed. I believe the P and Z packet goes out tomorrow evening. I guess we could choose to miss the P and Z packet, but I think that's what we were shooting for, was to get the P and Z packet out. And then I would like us to agree as a board that, within, 3 hours or, however many hours you guys want to agree to, that we get back to Larry with, by 6 o'clock tomorrow night so that the letter can go to P and Z. And if you're not going to give him comments, then he has full, that no comments means that you accept it.
Some of us will be in interviews tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's true. So
With respect,
Larry, if you give me a date, I'm happy to amend the motion to a date or time that you think is reasonable.
well, as far as P and Z, I mean, I'm pretty good buds with Rob Walker. So if I send it to him, he will shoot it out immediately to the full committee. So I'm not worried about that aspect. And of course, Walter, John, Carter and stuff. It's more getting feedback from you all, general feedback, and again, I kind of agree with you, Jennifer, that if I don't hear from somebody by, Saturday morning, let's say Saturday morning or something, it's like, okay, well, they had a chance to read it. They didn't, maybe they were comfortable. They trust me. Scary thought, but,
right.
We'll just go with that.
Right. And to me, Karen is, you're our spokesperson. And so if Larry hears and, you kind of get final say on what gets put in there or how we're going to say it, taking, the board's members' concerns into consideration.
I call a question on Jennifer's motion.
I don't want to lock Larry into 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'm happy to not put it. I'm happy to remove the time from it. I just know Tony likes us to have dates and things.
I'd prefer to have it done by 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're okay with it, then we'll leave.
I'm in interviews tomorrow afternoon and Saturday morning. So yes.
Well, what Tony prefers is fewer motions. He
Yeah,
said that.
I'm just wondering, Jennifer, why do you feel this has to be a motion?
It's I think it's seconded, so I think
I'm talking to Jennifer. What?
Because I believe that as a board, when we're speaking as a board, we have to have board agreement on what our positions are.
Right, but I think we're going to do that anyway. But okay.
I don't know how else to show agreement as a board other than a motion.
Well, when Larry sends a letter out, we'll agree.
Yeah,
exactly.
Again,
I suspect Tony can weigh in on this, but rather than a specific motion, it could be without any objection, the president directs the CEO to draft a letter based upon the discussion tonight for the board review over the weekend to provide to the various parties.
And
Yeah,
hopefully we'll all
I'm
give
just
a
gonna let
thumbs
y'all do
up
that.
on the letter when we see it. I mean, that's what I thought we were doing, but.
I think, Tony, did you try to say something?
I said, yeah, you can do that. And then the letter could possibly be approved by unanimous written consent if you wanted to have that touch point. If you trusted Larry to encompass your thoughts and comments, and then you could go with a simple direction.
Yes, Sarah.
Folks, it's 10:30. We have a motion. It's seconded. Let's call it and move on, please.
If we remove the 3 o'clock response date, because some of us will be occupied with interviews for a good part of tomorrow afternoon and evening. So
there was no response from the board in my motion. 3 p.m. was Larry's deadline.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6 with Collins.
Collins was a, okay.
Yep, I'm an aye.
All those opposed? Tim's opposed. I'm going to abstain, even though I'm going to sign the letter. Are you abstaining too, Aaron?
Right.
Okay. So the motion carried with 5 ayes, I believe, right?
6.
6. Okay. 6 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstain. Okay. All right. So the next thing is the added resolution 11, board and association ops resolution 11. I can't even talk anymore. Association spokespersons. So I will ask for a motion to defer this to the March board meeting.
I'll move.
It's already been through Bach, so it doesn't need to go through Bach again. It can just, yeah, we'll just put it on.
Right.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you, Bob. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Can we discuss this?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I
I'm brain dead. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to be contentious. I am completely baffled for why this can't be approved. I am just sort of in a state of shock. A majority of the board operations committee put this on the consent calendar, which means they were so convinced that this is a good idea that it doesn't even require discussion. 3 other members of the board governance committee approved this. Well, why are we deferring this?
You would have to ask Director Juszczyk, because she was the one that wanted to pulled it off consent. So I don't know. Yes, Aaron.
I would have objected to it as well, to pull it off the consent calendar, because I believe changes to our governing documents need a vote rather than being on consent. I don't believe it belonged there, but I'm ready to vote in support of it now rather than defer it. I think it might take the same amount of time.
I'd like to make a motion to amend. My motion to amend is to strike every word of the pending motion and to replace it with a motion to approve the resolution as submitted. And if I can get a second, I'd be happy to explain why.
I'm not.
Point of order.
Yes. I think.
Unfortunately, that is an improper motion.
Okay, thank you. Never mind.
I mean, we can take that vote. I can withdraw my motion to defer if we want to just go vote.
That would be proper. You can do that, but what you can't do is have a amend a motion to make it the opposite of what it is.
Right, right. Well, I will. Who seconded my motion? I will withdraw my motion. Who seconded it?
Jennifer seconded the motion, but you also offered Erwin a chance to speak on it if we were going to discuss about it tonight, and it's 10:40.
That's right. I did promise him that. Is he still with us? I don't know.
Yes, yes, he is.
Well,
Madam President.
Yes. Yes.
Even though I recommended this to the BOC and represented that to the BOC, because of the lateness of the hour, the fatigue of all of us, and us having made a promise to Irwin that he would be able to speak to it. Because of that, I would support deferring it to the next meeting. So I just, so I'll be quiet. Before you withdraw, you may withdraw your motion, but I wanted to address that point.
I would support to defer as well.
Well, I think it's way too late for to discuss the resolution. I know I don't have a head for it right now, and I don't know. I know it's gotten as far as it has. I do know that prior boards have supported resolution changes not being put on consent. So I will not withdraw my motion.
I have no problem with the objection to having it on the consent calendar. I think it's something that should be voted on after appropriate discussion. I don't think it should be killed. And if we don't get to it in March, I'm looking at this and together with what happened to Resolution 5 in the Board Operations Committee, which I think was inappropriate. And if we were having a private conversation, I would use much stronger language than that. My expectation when I joined BGC was that January, February, and March would be our most productive months. And because in terms of actually voting on things and getting things done, that the budget would consume the late fall and that we would finally have a chance to accomplish something in January, February, and March. And the Board Operations Committee is just killing things left and right. And I don't understand, I understand pulling it from consent, but what I don't understand is putting it on consent and then voting against it. That makes no sense. But if you want to defer it to March, if you want to defer it to May until the new board comes in, majority rules. So let's go ahead and have the vote.
Well, yeah, I mean, it had support of 3/4 of BGC and everyone in Bach, but here we are. So I don't know. Hopefully we can get it done in March. All those in favor? Okay. All those opposed?
I'm a nay.
You're a nay.
Mhm.
So that was 6-3, correct? I believe three nays. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, folks. That's the way it goes. Okay. And we're all agreed that we do not need a second executive session. Yes, Jennifer?
I was just going to motion to remove item N, which is executive session.
Oh, okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Anybody opposed to that? No. Okay, that's done. Do we have
I
a
motion to adjourn.
I second.
Our counsel had his hand up.
Yes. Yes, Tony?
No, Tony, we've adjourned.
Oh, I hate to bring this up.
You don't like my motion.
We do have that settlement offer that's pending. If the board wants to take it up, or we could certainly take it up at the March meeting. There's no time is of the essence, but
Which is this that we have?
there was a violation matter in which the member approached the board. I did a substantive research into why that member's violation occurred and what the outside counsel
Correct.
issues.
Okay. Yes. Oh, we should have done that in the first executive session.
We can certainly take it up in March. There's no time is of the essence. But I'd be remiss in not reminding the board that that issue is out there.
Do you need a motion for that, Tony, to defer it to March?
No, we can just take it up in March.
It is.
Okay, we'll take it up in March.
Fantastic.
I sent you a chat earlier saying, is there anything for a second executive session?
Sorry.
I'm
But
off my
Christi-
phone. I apologize. I must have missed my chats.
Okay.
Stop
And if
waiting on-
Christina could put
I mean,
it in our
as long
executive,
as it's not going to be a problem delaying it for a month.
Not even remotely.
Okay.
and if Christina could put it in our executive session materials for next month, that would be great. And maybe we won't forget.
We all have gratitude for our wounded legal warrior here.
Yes. Go drink some tea with bourbon and honey and lemon. I'm listening to your throat and I just want to drink that myself. Okay. All those in favor of adjourning? Anybody opposed? Okay. Have a good
Good night, everyone.
late night, everybody.